Good morning. Welcome to our Municipal Council agenda for Tuesday, June the 7th, 2022. I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask if there's any declarations of interest at this time. Seeing none, I will do the land acknowledgement. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands used and occupied by the first people of the Williams Treaty First Nations and other Indigenous peoples. And on behalf of Council, I thank them for sharing this land. We also acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as our closest First Nation community and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and the waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and the environmental stewards of these lands, and we join them in these responsibilities. I'm going to move to community announcements. I will begin with a few announcements. Character community attribute for June is honesty. I will be sincere, trustworthy, and truthful. A great quote from Mark Twain, if you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything. June is Pride Month. Last week we raised the Pride flag and officially unveiled the Progress Pride crosswalk here at the Civic Center. The flag will remain for the month of June to reflect that East Gwillimbury is a supportive and inclusive community. The provincial election took place last week, and I want to congratulate all candidates who were part of the election. In particular, our congratulations go to our own Caroline Mulrooney and her re-election to MPP for York Simcoe. We're very proud and pleased. Last month, we celebrated the official opening of our Operations Center, and I would like to formally acknowledge and thank Scott Davidson, MP, for presenting this framed certificate. I will leave this with General Manager Karmazin and ask that it be displayed at the Operations Center. Mount Albert Sports Day was held this past weekend, and I know that there's a lot of tired people with an amazing amount of volunteer work that was done this weekend, celebrating 100 years in the community, which is just amazing. I dropped by twice over the weekend, and it appeared to be very well attended. Everyone looked happy to be out and enjoying in-person event. It's been a long time coming. Congratulations to Councillor Morton, to all the volunteers for what looked like another very, very successful year. And last week ended on a particularly high note for East Gwillimbury, with the official press release being issued announcing that Loblaw is building a new 1.2 million square foot distribution center on Woodbine Avenue. This development application has been before Council on numerous occasions, and I know our entire Council and staff team are pleased to be welcoming Loblaw. Thank you, staff and Rice Group, for all the work that you have done, and of course the work to be done on this incredible initiative that will benefit our entire community. And with that, I ask members of Council if there are any announcements that they have to share. Councillor Persechini, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say thank you to you. I know you couldn't be there that day of the run, but you did a great support for us, for Easton Seal and Aaron and Mark Valchuk. I'm really grateful. If anyone else did it, I would appreciate to let me know. But anyway, I want to thank each and every one who did support us. We did really good time on the run, Persechini run. It's been 2 years, and we're slowly building again. I think we raised over 50 grand. I'm really grateful, and thank you. And I'm not going to share the rest of what I've been to most of some of those special events that you mentioned. But again, Mayor Haxton, you're the greatest. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, if you can't come, then you write a check, and that's that. I know that was really important to Easter Seals. So thank you very much, Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to put a plug out for the Friends of the East Gwillimbury Public Library. They are having their shabby chic sale on Saturday, June 18th at the Temperance Hall here in Sharon, and all of the funds raised are going to their initiatives in support of our library. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to remind folks that the North Union Hall is having their supper on the 15th. There are a few tickets left for sittings at 5, 6, and 7. So if you can make it, it would be great to see you. As well, I know you've already thanked the folks for Sports Day, but I think as a ward councillor, I need to say thanks as well. A lot of organizers and sponsors that were there. I know the fire department was there to help raise funds. YRP was a big help. And of course, all the organizers and Councillor Morton, who told me today that she has been involved 25 years, which she also says that she's 29 years old, so that the math works out that she was about 4 when she started doing this. So well done, and thank you to everyone for making it a success, and it was good to be back. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Other announced, Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. The Environmental Advisory Committee has been working with Megan Potter from the David Suzuki Butterfly Way and some volunteers from the East Gwillimbury Gardeners to identify pollinator gardens across East Gwillimbury, and we're very close to being declared a Butterfly Way. So if anyone has a garden that qualifies as a pollinator garden, we just need a couple more, and we'll be getting that designation. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Can you tell us what they need to have as a pollinator garden?
They need to have 5 native pollinator plants, and 2 of them have to be host plants, which is stuff like milkweed that the butterflies actually lay their eggs on. And then there's a list of other things to choose from to do 2 or 3 of them, such as no mow May, leaving the leaves, that type of thing. And it should be all up on our town website. Should be a page on that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Other questions, comments, information? Councillor Morton? Go ahead,
Thank you,
please.
Madam Mayor. I have to thank everybody that took any place in the Sports Day over the weekend, and I am sure that all of them are as tired as I am, and for the last not only just 1-2 days, I think it's going to go on for a little bit longer, but it was wonderful, and Madam Mayor, I'm really glad to have dinner with you that night, and everybody was just amazing. They want to come back, and I think probably in another year it's going to be a lot bigger. So thank you to everybody that was there. I do appreciate it.
Well, thank you for all your hard work. I know it was a long weekend for you. Thank you. Are there any other announcements from members of council? Not seeing any, I will move to item E, and this is the COVID-19 update. Mr. Webster, are you going to bring the update for us today?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Today, Deputy CAO Mark Valchich, who has led this initiative up, has a very brief update. This is our new hybrid world we are living in. He is in London and at the MISA conference accepting an award on our modernization efforts with respect to digital with Scott McNeil. So I'll turn it over to Deputy Valchich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Webster. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council. So we have a brief COVID update for you this morning. The memo, I think, is pretty self-explanatory. It covers just some updates on health and safety practices. It does confirm our approach that we're recommending for the balance of this year for conducting meetings of our advisory committee. So you can see we're looking at continuing the virtual approach until the new term. It also speaks to a new policy that our HR folks have put in place that's coming from Bill 27, provincial legislation. And there's also some really positive updates from the library there in terms of some activity stats that they've seen. Now, you'll see more from the library as part of the update, the end of council term and review report in July. So expect some more good information from the library there as well. So both Angela Ramsey from the library and Michelle Collette, our Director of HR, are available in the event that there are any questions on these 2 items.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? I'm not seeing any. Mr. Webster, do you have any comments or questions at this time? Won't be questions, it'll be comments, I would imagine.
Madam Mayor, the right to disconnect legislation is an interesting one, and that's where our virtual world has turned it into sort of 7 days of emails and responses. And so we're really encouraging our organization to use best practices and try to keep both. There's two sides to emails and forwarding things. There's the forwarding and there's the reply. And we're trying to keep non-essential matters to the core business hours, Monday to Friday. But of course, any kind of health and safety or community priority matter, it has to be continued to be dealt with 24/7, 365. And so we'll just bear that in mind as we move forward.
Thank you very much. Could I have a motion to receive, please? Councillor Roy DiClemente, Councillor Carruthers, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. I see under deputations, we have none at this time today. Item G is presentations. We have none at this time. We're at item H, and that's the adoption of our minutes. The first one will be for May the 11th, 2022. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Morton. Any questions? All those in favor? That's carried. The second one is council minutes from the meeting held on May the 17th. Are there any questions regarding that item? I'm not seeing any. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Carruthers, all those in favor? And that's carried. We are now at item I, and that's council committee board and groups. And we have Ms. Lena Singh as chair, Ms. Meeta Gandhi as vice chair, I'm assuming, chair, staff, liaison, and Councillor Carruthers. So I will ask who's going to take this. Lena, are you going to take this morning for us?
I'll take it. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
First of all, as always, I bring to you our sincere thanks from the Diversity Inclusion Advisory Committee for your support over the past 4 years. We have always felt very, very comfortable bringing recommendations to Council and the Mayor because we know you listen carefully and you pay attention and you do the right thing. So in keeping with those recommendations that we have always provided to you, and in the spirit of engaging all of the members of our community, we have done a very good job. The town has done a very good job of engaging many different groups within the community, and we felt that the youth voice, there was an opportunity there to engage with that group. And it's really important. You know, Whitney Houston said, you know, our children are the future. We should let them lead the way. And I do believe, we believe strongly that our youth voice in East Gwillimbury is strong and they are waiting to be heard. And the creation of a youth advisory committee or a youth advisory council, if that's preferable, will give them that opportunity to make themselves heard. It will give them an opportunity to explore and develop their leadership skills. It will give them an opportunity to provide input and feedback to the mayor and to council on activities, on policies, things that are relevant to the youth in our community, and to make sure that they are heard and they are well taken care of. So we humbly request that council endorses in principle, at least, the establishment of a youth advisory committee in the new term of council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering if there's any more information that we might gather as success stories, this type of advisory committee for youth in other municipalities. That doesn't mean I'm not interested in, you know, being a trendsetter kind of thing, but it would be nice to hear some more information regarding that if there's information available.
Ms. Singh,
Well, I do know, sorry, go ahead.
Ms. Singh, go ahead, please.
I do know that there is a youth advisory council, I know for sure, in Stouffville. I did not look into see the other municipalities, but the youth voice has been a very strong voice throughout many other organizations and municipalities. And at the library board, I'm kind of speak out of turn here, but at the library, we have tried to get that youth voice involved. I know at the town of East Gwillimbury, informally, there has been some sort of youth group to try to provide that, but it hasn't been it hasn't been formalized. And I believe that if we did formalize that, the fact that East Gwillimbury does not have a high school, I think goes a long way in making sure that our youth don't have a voice. At a high school level, they do have a voice at that high school, and they can kind of collaborate there. Because our youth go to different high schools in Newmarket, we don't have a centralized location for our youth voice to be heard. So I believe that that will provide that voice for them.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's something that we've often talked about over the years, whether I was on a volunteer committee or whether here at the table. And I know our MPP had even tried to have a youth advisory council, and I know that our students are busy, and it's often hard to get someone to commit for the kind of to the level of commitment that I think this sort of thing needs. Certainly happy to support it and would love to see it on our list of committees for the next term. But I do know that this is something that we've struggled with as an organization. It's not at all an oversight. It's simply that we've tried and haven't been able to make it come together and galvanize it the way it needs to be galvanized. So I look forward to a bit more reporting on this and how we might ensure that this is a success rather than simply another well-meaning initiative that fizzles out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I happy to lend my support to this. I was very glad to see this brought forward on the agenda. I think whatever we can do to engage our youth into municipal life is a good thing. I do share the concerns of Councillor Foster and Roy DeClemente. I know from my previous experiences that engaging the youth can be challenging at times. And so I wanted, as a council, I think we need to do everything we can to set this up for success. And if it means learning from other municipalities what they do, or organizations, not just municipalities, but any other organization, what they do to engage the youth, I think we should listen to it, seek it out, and as I said before, set them up for success. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I agree with all the previous comments. I think that the motion to endorse this in principle allows us enough time for staff to look into how to make this a success, best practices from other organizations, so that when we get to our next term, it's ready to go. So I think all these comments are important, and I think that it can be addressed in our terms of reference when those come before the next council. I'm happy to move this recommendation. And I also just wanted to mention, while we have the chair of our Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee on the line, we have item 04 that's also a recommendation from this committee. And when this motion is done, I'd like to make a motion to move that item up so that we can have her here to speak to it. Just want to put that in there so she doesn't get off the line.
I'm just making some notes here about terms of reference and et cetera. I think this is a wonderful idea. I think there needs to be some work done on the terms of reference to make sure that it's not just youth that are sitting on a committee and they still don't have a voice. Perhaps at some point it should be a committee that is established separate and apart with maybe other groups as well, but I see this as a terrific opportunity to work with our youth, and I've heard from many people already saying about we don't have a high school. I think that's my greatest sorrow of East Gwillimbury, that we have students going to 7 different high schools outside of East Gwillimbury, and let's hope that in the next year or so, the boards of education see the need to provide a high school for our youth and a growing place for them on a daily basis. Councillor Morton, go ahead.
The students over the Sports Day weekend, they were working like crazy. You couldn't stop them. They were around, they were cleaning, everything else, and so I was so proud, and not just ones from Mount Albert, they came in from all over the place, and they certainly deserve to be recognized for what they did.
Thank you. Now, I have a mover. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Roy DeClemente. Be it resolved that the Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee report DIAC 2022-02 dated June 7th, 2022 regarding the establishment of a youth advisory committee be received, and that council endorse in principle the establishment of a youth advisory committee beginning in the 2022 to 2026 term of council. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Now, we have a request to also pick up, and I'm not sure that that's going to be possible. Perhaps staff can help us with that one. What was the number again? 04, the street name. I'm going to ask that we leave that until we get to the, we're working digitally, and I think it's creating some challenges here.
It's a recommendation from this group, and while we have Lena on the phone, and I'm sure she needs to get back to her job, it'd be good for her to be able to speak to it. It's page 140.
Please bear with me. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Through you, Madam Mayor, perhaps Council would want to entertain a motion to consider item 04, which is Development Services Planning Branch Report P 2022-18, updates to the street naming inventory policy. So perhaps that could be it could be entertained by Council as a form of a formal motion.
Thank you. I have a mover, Councillor Carruthers. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. And now we're just working down our agendas.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's on page 7 of the agenda.
I'm just scrolling through here now.
So I have included that onto the screen for everybody to view.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. So this is item number 4, Development Services Planning Branch Report Update to Street Naming Inventory. Be it resolved that Development Services Planning Branch Report P 2022-18 dated June 7th, 2022, entitled Updates to Street Naming Inventory be received, and that council approve the addition of the 7 proposed Indigenous veteran street name listed in Appendix 1 to the street naming inventory, and that council consider the recommendation from the Diversity and Inclusion Committee to remove Illumination Way from the street naming inventory. Are there questions regarding this? Are there any questions? Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Since this is the acting general manager's report, perhaps Mr. Cook is on the line to present his report to us, and then we can take it from there.
Are you there, Mr. Cook?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this report here is, as stated in the recommendation, is to talk about the street naming inventory list, and there are 7 proposed indigenous war veterans from the Chippewa, the Georgina Island, that we propose to be put onto the street naming inventory. The last recommendation is a recommendation from DEAC, and that would like to remove Illumination Way from the approved street naming inventory. So that's the gist of the report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Roy DeClemente, did you have a question?
I did actually have 2 questions. One was I just wanted to confirm, I think I understand where the names for the Indigenous veterans came from. Are they veterans from Georgina Island, or were they East Gwillimbury veterans? I just want to confirm that they have a legitimate source, I guess is the best way of putting it, because it seems to me like we should have done this a while ago if we had veterans that weren't on our street naming inventory before.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the list of names here have been brought forward, and it's been reviewed by the chief. It is the Chippewas of the Georgina Island.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. And then my second question was more of a comment, and that was that I'm not sure that I do not support removing Illumination Way from the naming inventory. I know that that there is some question about whether the religious association with it is an active one, but the reality is that Illumination is an event, a community event that has taken place in our community since 1831. And it wasn't a religious ceremony. In fact, it was a celebration of the harvest. Community donations were brought in by members of the committee, and they had a concert. It was held on a Friday night, and in fact, the information that we hear about the Sharon Temple's involvement in politics with election rallies for Robert Baldwin and LaFontaine, those took place during Illumination. And so I think out of respect to that event, it makes sense for us to keep it on the list. Quite frankly, I think it even if you remove the idea of the association with the Sharon Temple and simply look at the word as if it were lighting a way forward, I think it has quite a bit of meaning, and so I don't support the removal of it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Morton, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, I do agree with Tara because we worked many years ago to get the names and things put out the way they are, and I support her decision as well.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. A question and a comment. The comment, I too think that Illumination Way should be left there. I see no issues with it. My question is regarding the naming. Does this put us in any different position with our street naming inventory using people from outside our municipality? I'm not quite sure I said that right, but does that change anything with us going forward? I don't have an issue with this. I'm just wondering if it changes our stance on future street names that we may look at. We've kind of had an inventory that is very East Gwillimbury strong, I might say. And I'm not sure if this changes anything, so I'm looking for other opinions around the table here.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
I wonder whether that, I guess this comes back to, for me anyway, if it's a good idea for us to do, it may be a good idea for another community that neighbors us. And I think the only confusion might be if you live on the street in East Gwillimbury and you've called for emergency services, and then you also live in a neighboring municipality on a street with a similar name, if that creates confusion for emergency services. I think it's a good thing to do, but I probably would like to hear, to your point, Councillor Foster, whether it creates any wrinkles for emergency response. Should another municipality also wish to use those names in their own inventory as well?
Go ahead, please.
That is a good point. Duplicate street names do sometimes cause confusion with that. I've a few times been dispatched to calls on Green Lane that ended up being in Thornhill over the years. Every municipality has a church street, you know, as an example. So those are things that, that might need to be looked at.
You had your hand up first.
I was putting my hand up because I saw Lena had hers.
Oh, okay, well, I
Go for
have
her.
Councillor Persechini. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm looking at this list here. Am I seeing Snake is a name of a street?
Yes?
S-N-A-K-E, Snake? Is that? Or maybe I'm not pronouncing it right. Maybe it's my glasses, I don't see right. It says David, whatever, George and Kenneth and McGuire, and it's just Snake.
Yes, yes, that's on a list that could be selected.
I kind of feel kind of weird on that one. Anyway, that's my opinion. Never heard of. Oh, where do you live? I live at Snake Boulevard or Snake Street. I don't know who chose that. But anyway, that's my thoughts.
Well,
Kind of weird.
These are,
Anyway.
these are ones that are included that could be selected. So they're still, they're not for sure a street name until someone selects it and it comes forward.
I don't feel comfortable with that one anyway, but I would vote for that one.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I suspect it's someone's name that has been in our heritage over the years. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. Snake is, if you read further in the report, it's the name of two people who gave their lives for us. I think it's World War II, both of them. And they are veterans. And you might not like the name, but that is their name. And I don't think that we should be, belittling people's names. I think that's a very important thing to honor war veterans. And there is no new streets going in on Georgina Island. So I think it's appropriate that these are Canadians who fairly close to East Gwillimbury who gave their lives for us. And I think it's very appropriate to put them on our inventory for people to choose from. As to the Illumination Way, the description that Councillor Roy D. Clemente gave is very different than what is in the street naming inventory list that talks about a religious event. And if that's not what it is, then we need to change the description in that street naming inventory. I think that maybe this could go back to staff and have them take a look at both the description of Illumination Way as well as the background on these important veterans, and maybe bring it back to us at a future date.
Thank you very much. That's a great idea. I also think that we should be sending it back to the committee itself that have recommended it to make sure that, do they have a vote? Did they have a vote on this? And was it a close vote? I wonder if we could, if it was a close vote, then I think that's different than if it was unanimous that it'd be on. I think when we are talking about some thoughts and concerns as members of council, the committee for us is a committee that provides some recommendations that for us to determine. So I suggest that that your idea of sending it back might be very well taken, but I'll wait and see what other members of council feel about this. Councillor Foster, then Councillor Morton.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I agree with it going back to staff, and I think we need to know, especially need to know that these names, tribute to these names is certainly required, I think. But I would like to know, yes or no, are these on Georgina's street naming inventory?
Because you're wearing two hats today. Yes, it's not just curiosity, it's about safety in the communities and if we have duplication of names and streets. Thank you very much. A good question, I will put that down, and clearly this is coming back to us, so we'll gather the information at this time and keep that one in mind as well. Councillor Morton, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Oops. I'm having a problem with this.
Well, we can hear you, so
Okay,
go ahead.
thank you very much. I was actually surprised when my dad had a street in Queensville named after him, and my dad has never left Mount Albert. But I'm very proud of the fact that that street is named after him, and I would hate to see any of the veterans, as my dad was a veteran, and there's so many of them, not only around here, but Mount Albert as well. And I think that I would be very, very disappointed as a member of the Legion if names were taken off and changed.
Thank you. I seem to recall that the names of the veterans were vetted to the Legion before they got on our list.
Yes, they did.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to throw my voice in support of, I think we need to table this, send it back to the committees. A lot of good questions have been raised today, and, you know, once we put a name on a street, it's there forever. It's permanent, so we want to make sure we get it right. And I think a lot of good questions have been raised, and we should take the time to send it back for a little further study. And I do believe Ms. Singh has her hand up for another question or
I'll
comment.
take all
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
members of council before. Are there any other questions from members of council? Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
Just quickly, just wanted to advise that the information that I shared regarding the illumination event was taken directly from the Sharon Temple's website.
Thank you. Ms. Singh, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to provide a little bit of background and understanding that, you know, when the committee does bring recommendations, we appreciate the feedback from council, and we do appreciate all of the comments coming back. The addition of the Indigenous veterans, the town of East Gwillimbury has made a concerted effort in the past year, at the very least, to engage with those members of the Indigenous community and those who are closest to us, are the Chippewas of Georgina Island, and adding Indigenous veterans' names to our inventory. And as the mayor pointed out, that inventory is there as a list for future developers to choose from. But adding Indigenous veterans' names to that inventory shows the Chippewas, shows the Indigenous community that we actually mean what we say when we say we are working towards reconciliation. And it you know, when we say our land acknowledgement and we talk about recognizing the importance of the Indigenous community, this is one tangible way of showing them that we do indeed support them, we recognize the past, and we're ready to move forward and honor those members of their community who have provided a service to everyone here. And that's the background behind the addition of the Indigenous community names. As Councillor Carruthers did say, the illumination way, there was discussion about that because the term illumination as it stands, and Councillor Roy DeClemente is absolutely correct, it is a community event, it has been around for a long time. The committee only had a concern with the fact that as it was listed there and brought forward to us, that it was associated with a religious group. And we thought that might have been problematic because using something that's just associated with a religious group might be not as inclusive as we would like it to be. And that's the background to this. So we're very, very happy to take it back and do some more work with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments? Councillor Morton, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, there are many Indigenous community members that are around, not only East Gwillimbury, but many other ones too, and we have them already in many of our Legion committees and everything else. So I think that we are still recognizing them, and many of them still, I mean, they do have their names, and so I don't support the fact of changing everything right now. I mean, if we want to suggest different ideas later on, then that's fine too, but I think we should leave it the way it is right now.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Mr. Cook, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to provide some clarity to a few items that's been discussed. And one of the things is that our street naming policies in regards to the naming that, I guess, adding names that are people outside of East Gwillimbury is permitted if they have significant references to that played a role in just Canadian society in general. So, for example, like Terry Fox would be a member that would not be East Gwillimbury that we would consider if it's available. So certainly veterans of everywhere would also be in conformity with our street naming policy. And these names has already been through York Region and emergency services to ensure that there is no duplications. So the names that have been brought forward today has already been through that vetting process. And the last item I do want to address is that I wasn't clear in terms of what was been brought to DEAC that at the religious reference. Was it the Appendix 2 in the staff report on the explanation part and as part of the street naming inventory that needs to be amended? So for clarity on that, please.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Councillor.
Yes, if that was the explanation that is existing in our street naming, it's the committee had an issue with, as Lena has said, with the association with a religious order, the Children of Peace. Councillor Roy DiClemente has given us a different explanation of the name that comes right from the temple website that talks more about a community event. And I think we just need to decide on what exactly illumination is. If it is a religious event, then we have to be open to be bringing forward street names based on other religions as well. If it is a community event, then I think that the committee would have a different opinion of it.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I think, based on the conversation and the discussion that we've had today, that I don't know if we necessarily need to send this back to DIAC. I feel that there appears, I'm happy to be corrected, but it appears that there is some consensus that we would like to add the veterans' names, the Indigenous veterans' names to our inventory, that these have been vetted and any concerns about emergency services has been addressed. And that we don't want to remove Illumination Way. That seemed to be also the consensus that I was hearing here. So that would be, I might suggest that we receive and that we approve the addition and that we strike the third clause from this report and that we move forward. I know that the DIAC has a lot of really great initiatives on their plate, and I would rather that they work on some of those ones like the youth initiative than to continue to work on this one. I think we already have consensus. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Perhaps that second recommendation can be, can be changed to talk about changing the definition of, or the rationale behind the name, that it's a community event. I just want to make sure that this doesn't stay in the inventory as the reason for the choice of the name is because of its association with a religious order, but instead that it is a community event. So I'd like to make sure that inventory gets updated and that something goes back to DIAC to let them know the discussion and why we're choosing to not accept the advice from the committee.
Councillor Roy DiClemente.
I believe I made a motion. I don't know if you have a seconder, Madam Mayor. We've got that we receive the report and the council adopt the second resolution and strike the third.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
I don't mean to make this longer, Madam Mayor, but I still disagree. The fact that the region has had a look at this and there's no duplication now, I don't think we should put these names on our list until we find out what Georgina has. Why would we name a street in East Gwillimbury and then not have that street be named in Georgina at a later date if they decide to use it? It's the very same as putting Ben Sinclair's name in Queensville when it should have been in Mount Albert. It's too late now. Frank Kelly's name is in Holland Landing. It should have been in Sharon. It's too late now. So we need to check this and make sure it's right.
I wonder if we can divide these two. I think they're two very different discussions. I understand, we've all been here long enough to know that we do have duplications from other municipalities. You're absolutely right. There's Church Street and there's many others that are the same. I'm wondering if we can divide this resolution and talk about the Indigenous names, Veteran Street names, and then move to the last resolution, portion of it, to talk about the Illumination Way, and separate these two out for the Indigenous names as well. I agree that Georgina very well could have these names on their list. I think it deserves some discussion. I would much rather have further discussion on it than find out at a later date that they are contemplating some of these Indigenous names as well, and honoring those that, quite frankly, are closer to their community than ours. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
I guess I was wrong in my assessment that we had some consensus, so I withdraw my motion.
I'm trying to find a middle ground, and as we all know, we send these names off to our committee for them to suggest. However, it's also is vetting for us in advance, and it's a suggestion that they're making. It's not a decision that they're making at this time. Councillor Carruthers, go ahead.
So just to be clear, the names of the veterans came forward from a community member. So that was not something that's coming forward from the committee. It is a member of the committee who mentioned that she was bringing these forward, and she has worked closely with the chief to make sure that the names were appropriate and that everyone was considered. Keep in mind that Georgina, the Chippewas of Georgina Island, are not part of the town of Georgina. They are a separate nation. So we need to keep that in mind, that when we talk about, should Georgina get first right of these names, it's separate. They're not part of Georgina. They are close to Georgina, but they are a separate nation, and they are not building as we are building. So to get these names on streets, the chief has spoken with this member of our community to see if we can get these names on. And it was brought forward as part of our efforts towards truth and reconciliation. What can we do to honor the people who were here before us? And certainly our friends on Georgina Island, the First Nations were here long before the settlers were here. And so being able to honor them in this way, I think, goes a long ways towards our commitment to truth and reconciliation. Our land acknowledgement at the beginning of our meetings, we want to put some substance behind it. It's not just words, that we're actually working towards that, and I think this is a great way to do it. And I find it interesting that when we talk about duplication, that is true with any name that's on our list, that there's a chance of it being duplicated, and it's my understanding that if we choose that name first, then other municipalities in York Region wouldn't be able to choose that name because of exactly what Councillor Foster's talking about. So I don't think we need to worry about that. I think that it's a wonderful way to honor veterans, since we are doing that with a number of our names. And I do think that we should move forward with this, getting these names on our list.
Thank you. Other comments? Questions? I had suggested that we divide these two up. This is an advisory committee recommendation. It is not.
The Illumination Way came from the advisory committee. The other ones came through our regular street naming process from an individual community member who went through the process, just to be clear.
I wonder, I don't know whether we advertised or we do advertise ongoing for names to the list. I'm thinking now that one member of a committee has come up with some names. How do the other names get vetted? Can someone from staff tell me that, how we get those names on that list? I'm not seeing any information. I think it's a suggestion from the committee, but I'm not sure that how the names got there. Was one individual of a committee had determined that that was important, and did we exclude some, or is this the first of many? I'm not sure that the committee itself has been putting names on a list in the past. Go ahead, please, Councillor Carruthers.
So it's, we have a street naming policy.
Yes.
And rather than going through the committee, this member followed the policy. And our policy states that any member of the community can put forward names, and it's up to council to approve them. So that's where they get vetted. In this case, I know that this member of the community made sure that they checked with the chief at Georgina Island to make sure that the names were correct and appropriate, that everyone was included. And so this is, if it's a recommendation from anyone, it would be a recommendation from the chief, who has looked at this, Chief Big Canoe, who has looked at this list and said, if you were going to name streets after Indigenous veterans, these are the ones that would be appropriate. Does
Thank
that
you.
help? And it's not, it was spoken at the committee, but our policy doesn't allow for the committee to make a recommendation. Our policy allows for individuals to bring names forward, so we followed the policy.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
I wonder if the confusion that seems to be arising is that this is coming to us as if it were a staff report. So we've got confusion that we've got a recommendation from a committee on one matter, we've got a staff report recommending additions to the list on another element of the report. I went to our File Pro site to look for agenda and minutes for DIAC, couldn't find them, so I didn't know where this was all coming from. There were no resolutions that addressed this, or there were no minutes that suggested what had happened at that meeting. So I'm at a bit of a loss, and I'm simply looking at it as if it were a staff report from Mr. Cook, and I want to treat it as such. Thank you.
You read where I was going. That was a concern that I had, that one individual of a committee, but it isn't a committee decision or part of their recommendations to be putting on names of street names. I think there's another area that we do this. I think what we should be doing is dealing with these individually, these two that are in front of us. They're not staff reports. They are recommendations from an advisory committee, a volunteer advisory committee.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
I sat on that committee.
You're,
Yeah, it's not,
there you are.
oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I sat on that committee a number of years ago when they were putting the names out. And so it's not that it's just being thrown right now, because it's been around for a while that we put these names out. And I would hate to see that the other people that were on the committees aren't going to be recognized, that sitting there and coming up with these names. So I think we have to consider those as well.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
So just to be clear, there is nothing in our policy that allows for a committee to suggest names. The only thing in our policy is that individuals can bring forward names. So the Indigenous veterans did not come from the committee. This came from an individual community member as per our policy. And our policy is that, is exactly what Mr. Cook outlined, that they were brought forward, they were vetted by staff, and they come to council. So I think that Councillor Roy Clemente is correct that this is a little bit confusing because it is both a committee recommendation about Illumination Way, and it is a staff report about, that follows the town's policy on street naming to the letter, and this is how it should be coming to us. It's not willy-nilly, it is vetted, and we get an opportunity to vote on those names. So I agree with separating these motions, and as far as the minutes and that go, it was at the most recent committee meeting, so they have not, those minutes have not been approved and posted yet.
Thank you. So there is an option of sending it back because they haven't been posted and approved. I had made that suggestion about splitting the two pieces at this point. Are there any other suggestions, comments? Okay, I'm going to suggest that we, the second paragraph, that council approve the addition of the 7 proposed Indigenous veteran street names listed in Appendix 1 to the street naming inventory. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Carruthers, Councillor Persechini. Any questions on the motion? I'm not seeing any. You have a question?
Just want to clarify what the motion is.
Motion is that council approve the addition of the 7 proposed Indigenous veteran street names listed in Appendix 1 to the street naming inventory.
Thank you.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Carruthers, seconded by Councillor Persechini. All those in favor? That's opposed. That is denied. The next one is that council consider the recommendations from the Diversity and Inclusion Committee to remove Illumination Way from the street naming inventory. Moved by,
I'd like to amend that motion if that's possible.
go ahead.
That council update the rationale for Illumination Way in our street naming inventory. If someone wants to have better language on that, I understand that the will of council is to keep that name. I just wanted to make sure that in our street naming inventory that it is clear that it's a community event and not a religious celebration. Do we need a motion for that, or is that something that staff can undertake? Madam Mayor, I'll defer to you on that.
The intent of your motion is different than what I see in front of me here. Just want to make that clear.
I'm understanding that this motion does not have the support of council, so I guess I'm looking for a replacement motion. Yes, I guess that's what I want to do. I want to withdraw this motion and replace it with that we just update the description in the street naming inventory. But I'm also fine, Madam Mayor, if you feel that staff can do that without a motion from council. I think that it accomplishes what our advisory committee is asking, that we not have names on a street naming inventory that are direct, that are, the rationale is that it is a religious event, instead that it's a community event. I think they would be happy with that. And so I think all that needs to happen on this one is to change the rationale to what is on, as Councillor Roy Clemente pointed out, is on the Sharon Temple website. If we can get that updated, then I think we can just withdraw this and move on. I'm happy with that.
Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe at the beginning, the intent was to split the motions to have separate decisions. So perhaps council would want to entertain going through the process of essentially withdrawing that section, which would have been probably clearer if it was just defeated, and the introduction of a new motion presented by Councillor Carruthers, which I have crafted and I can place that on the screen. So perhaps what would be the best course of action is to have a vote on that particular section in response to the Illumination Way, and then following that to present the amendment, which is to ensure that the street naming inventory has the appropriate description for the inventory itself, like the rationale included.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, have you,
Just bear with me for a moment. I'm going to pull it onto the screen. Just one moment, please. Through you, Madam Mayor. So the first portion of this resolution, which I believe is still up for council's deliberation and proper vote, is to consider the recommendation from DIAC. So I believe that's the first one to be dealt with. The second area is the one below, which is speaking to updating the description of the street naming inventory to incorporate the rationale for the elimination way.
thank you,
So there are two motions for council's consideration.
thank you. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the first motion? Councillor Carruthers? Councillor Crone? Any questions? All those in favor? That failed. The second one is that council update the description of the street naming inventory to incorporate the rationale for the illumination way. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Crone, Councillor Carruthers. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe the only motion standing right now is just a receipt of the report.
Thank you. And we will receive that report moved by Councillor Roy D. Clemente, seconded by Councillor Persechini. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Some days it's longer than other days. Okay. We are out. We are at number 5, is that correct?
No, through you, Madam Mayor, we would go back to the
Yes.
beginning of the agenda under item J1, corporate services.
Yes, thank you. I apologize. Ms. Singh, thank you very much for joining us today. Any time at all.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Good to have you
Have a
with
good
us.
day.
Thank you. Bye. We are at item J, corporate services, and Deputy CAO, Mark Valchik, I believe, has this report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have two items under corporate services today. They're both presentations, and I want to acknowledge and appreciate the efforts of our Director of Economic Development and Job Creation, Margot Bejean. She's been working with the EG Chamber Tourism Committee to facilitate a process that you're going to hear about in just a moment, as well as to talk to you in item 2 about some work she's doing to lead business advantage development process review. So with your permission, Madam Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Bejean to lead these two items.
Thank you, Mark, and through you, Madam Mayor, and members of council. My name, as Mark said, is Margot Bejean. I'm the Director of Economic Development. I'm joined this morning by two members of the Chamber Board of Directors, Lori Woodyat and Abby Shirazi, who were also participating in this strategic planning session. As council is aware, tourism has been identified as a secondary target for economic development strategy. We would love to see the tourism sector grow in our community, and so the efforts that we had in terms of facilitating this discussion is supporting the Chamber, who provides a leadership role in delivering tourism activities and events now, and looking at what we might do collaboratively to grow that in the future. So what you have before you is a report on a strategic planning session that we held on April 26th. I shared this with the members of the senior management team, and they suggested that for council's awareness that we bring it forward and update you on the discussions and some of the outcomes that we had as a result of our work together. Next slide, please. So as a first step, we undertook sort of a strength, weakness, and opportunity and threat analysis. At the session, we had a range of stakeholders, both from the chamber, some tourism businesses took part, as well as members of the municipal staff. And this sort of analysis formed the basis of our strategic discussions and allowed us to do some priority setting. I'll quickly go through because I understand that council has had an opportunity to review the presentation, but I'll touch on some of the key points in our strengths or SWOT analysis. Next slide, please. So we looked at things like our location and the proximity to the Greater Toronto Area and what that allows us to build in terms of day trip travel. We know that as a result of the pandemic and the nature of tourism has changed, and there's been a real uptick in day trip travel, and it creates a real opportunity for us because of some of our unique characteristics. Next slide, please. In terms of the challenges or barriers to growth, we talked about some of the the work that we have to do in terms of enhancing our marketing efforts, helping people to better understand both internally within the community what we have here, and then externally, once we have really defined our value proposition, being able to communicate that out to potential visitors in the GTA and then ultimately beyond, because we do have some tourism operators in our community that attract a significant international population. So we're conscious of that as well. We know that the infrastructure or lack of infrastructure presents some challenges. We don't have much in the way of accommodation right now. So sort of looking at what we can do both to grow that, but also to grow the sector while those amenities are being developed. Next slide, please. I tend to look at every weakness as an opportunity for improvement. So we, as I mentioned, we do have the opportunity to develop some strategies to attract hotels or other overnight accommodations such as bed and breakfast, camping, etc. There was always room to expand on our events, working collaboratively with municipal staff and CPRC. And then specifically, we talked about, because of our unique characteristics and our agricultural heritage, some of the opportunities that present themselves around environmentally focused experiences and ecotourism. Next slide, please. In terms of threats, it's always good when we're developing strategy to consider, if we didn't do anything, what are some of the potential lost opportunities? So, knowing that we have other jurisdictions that are also working to attract tourism, and the sort of the lack of awareness and lost opportunities by people not knowing what's available to them in our community as they're potentially traveling north to cottage country, for example. Next slide, please. So I'll now invite Abby Shirazi to speak a little bit about some of the tactics that we discussed. Abby has a really extensive background in communications and marketing and in event planning and marketing, and she has undertaken some work in developing a bit of a marketing and communication strategy as an outcome of some of the discussions that we had. So Abby, if you'd like to talk a little bit about the next couple slides.
For sure. Thank you so much, Margot. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council, and all the staff. It's such a pleasure to be here and such a great pleasure to work on the committee and live in East Gwillimbury. So just as Margot was saying, I think most of the stakeholders that attended the session recognized that really marketing was the #1 thing that we needed to work on and our biggest priority. And we decided to actually focus more locally first. I think that, there are a lot of residents who live in East Gwillimbury, as the town has seen, really huge growth over the last number of years, who really don't know what's really in their backyard and on their doorstep. So I think the first priority that we really established as a committee, especially within our marketing plan, was to create local awareness and create local ambassadors. So people who would say, yes, I love EG, here's what we can do in EG, attend the existing events that we already have, and really become ambassadors for this beautiful place that we call home. And that way, in that way, bring other family and friends from other areas of Toronto, which, you know, would be outside of the 40-kilometer radius, towards East Gwillimbury. Another one of the tactics that we identified was really focusing on the existing calendar of events that we already have. You know, I think East Gwillimbury has done a great job, along with the committee and Chamber of Commerce, and obviously the municipality, together to really host some wonderful events. So looking at creating some marketing to go out around those events, and then looking at also a tourism day where we could actually promote EG, promote some of the local tourist attractions and vendors, create some awareness that way. Some other kind of tactics and strategies that were also discussed included things like having a I Love EG Pride Day, where residents would be able to actually share their pride for EG, and in this way kind of start some engagement, start a conversation. Looking at ways that we can actually use local influencers. So we have a number of people within the community who have large social media followings. You know, we have some members in the community who are organizing markets and other things. There are a lot of moms communities and groups, and so we've actually developed a plan to be able to tap into those accounts and work with those influencers and collaborators within the community to actually get the word out for us in a very organic and genuine way, which as we know right now with social media, that's really the way to go, is that organic and very natural voice. So we put together a strategy to actually work with those influencers in the community, and really utilize them to get the message out. So we're really excited. We'll be able to share the completed strategy with Council in a few weeks, and look forward to building on the strategy and kind of look forward to seeing what other events that we can potentially bring to the area. I myself have worked on a number of very large scale events, Indigenous events, sports events all across Ontario, and sport tourism, as we know, is huge. There's a lot of funding to be able to do a variety of sport tourism initiatives, along with things like, you know, ecotourism, as Margot mentioned. It's really big right now. Also Indigenous tourism. So I have worked with Indigenous Sport and Wellness Ontario over the past 7 years. We hosted the Toronto 2017 North American Indigenous Games, which brought $50 million of economic impact to the city in 2017. So there's lots of things we can do, maybe starting on a smaller scale, but we're just so excited. And I think at this point, I'll turn it back to Margot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abby. And Abby and Lori will both be with us at the end of this presentation, should you have any questions or comments to share with them. Next slide, please. So Abby touched on this, some of the efforts that she's undertaken in terms of driving sort of a more comprehensive communication strategy, having a consistent website that can a place for all of the community to access, you know, events, so that we have a consistent understanding of what's going on and people know where to look, so that it's you know, there's sort of a one-stop shop for finding out what's going on. And then the tone was very important. We had a lot of discussion about that, you know, as Abby mentioned, being genuine, being approachable, focusing on local, and having a sense of fun and play. Next slide, please. We are looking as well at expanding product development, and when I say we, it's the tourism committee of the Chamber of Commerce. You know, the town staff obviously is going to continue to support their efforts, but they are sort of leading the charge, and working with CPRC, Rhonda Polk and her team in how we can move forward in terms of expanding on some of the offerings. We have a menu of day trip inventories or itineraries that were created last year in collaboration with Farm to Fork, and so expanding on that and you know, building out on some of those ideas and looking into what we might do in some other areas of whether sport tourism, shoulder season, product development, etc. Next slide, please. We know that the infrastructure development is going to be a key consideration. Again, this is more of a longer term strategy, but you know, what we might do to be able to expand on accommodations offerings so that day trip visitors can turn into overnight visitors and can turn into longer term stay visitors that will contribute to our retail, restaurant, hospitality industry within the community. We want to be able to leverage what the work that's going on right now in the downtown revitalization efforts, and so connecting what's going on there with these efforts in terms of tourism development is an important tactic. Next slide, please. And then finally, this is another area where collaboration with the municipality will be really important. When we talked about things like cycling tourism, or, for example, this issue has come up in other forums, the sort of the conflict of uses between people that are walking and people that are cycling, and having a really strong strategy for being able to integrate those different uses so that everybody can use the assets in a safe way. So, that's part of the conversation that we're having as part of the development of a more comprehensive tourism strategy. Next slide, please. So the priorities that were determined after sort of identifying everything that we can and look forward to do, we can be doing, and the things that we look forward to doing, obviously marketing was sort of the priority. And because we don't stand still, and this initial discussion happened in April, there has already been a subsequent meeting to follow up and really flesh out the communication strategy. And we look forward to, as Abby said, having that finished in the coming weeks. And just sort of being able to identify, step by step, small scale things that we can tackle initially with a view to being able to build on some of these other priorities as we go forward. We've got, what can we leverage in terms of where we already have some successes with Farm to Fork, for example, and some of the visitors that we have already coming to the community as cyclists, the extensive asset that we have in terms of heritage with the Sharon Temple, and what can we do to better integrate all of these assets so that people can as they come into the community can access not only going for a bike ride, but maybe stop and have a meal, do some shopping, that type of thing. Next slide, please. We go to the last slide, please, Liesl. Oh, I think that was it. Okay, I thought I had a question. So I would invite members of council, if you have any questions or comments. Again, this is really just provide an update on the activity that's going on. And as you can see, I think we're in good hands. Maybe ask Lori Woodyard, who's joined by phone, to speak a little bit about some of the events that are happening as part of sort of fleshing out this overall tourism strategy.
Is Lori there with us now?
I believe she is, but she's still showing as muted. I know she was having some connection issues. Oh, there she is.
Good morning. Can you
Good
hear
morning.
me now?
Yes.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors, and staff. I would like to start by thanking Margot for facilitating our initial Tourism Committee strategy sessions and preparing the presentation deck. The committee has decided to engage the local community, and to fulfill our objective of encouraging tourism visitation to the town of EG, we will concentrate on the following three events in 2022. The Sharon Temple Classic Car Show and EG Summerfest on August 7th. As an update to my presentation to council last month is as follows. We are planning a tourism fair at the event, as Abby mentioned. We anticipate having informational booths from our local tourist assets to showcase their businesses. These are being offered at no charge. A vendors market featuring local EG businesses and agritourism assets has to date had 28 paid registrations. The event will feature entertainment consisting of bouncy castles, stilt walkers, a magician, photo booth, and hot air balloon rides. This event and these activities are all being offered free of charge. We are continuing to work with town staff to coordinate the logistics of the event. Our second priority is Tapestry of Taste, the town's event being held on August 12th and 13th. We will be promoting this event at the car show and Summerfest and our planned marketing strategy that Abby presented. And the third event is the 6th annual Fork to be held this year on Saturday, October 1st. This is the largest tourism event held in EG that is organized by the Chamber Tourism Committee. In 2021, 64% of the attendees were from outside the 40-kilometer radius, designated as being a tourist visitors to our community, and provided over $100,000 in income to the agritourism businesses featured on the tour in one day. Finally, last year's car show attracted visitors from throughout southwestern Ontario, and as I just mentioned, Farm to Fork attracts approximately 500 visitors to EG in one day. Accordingly, the committee has decided that we will be surveying visitors at this year's events to obtain postal code information to utilize Central County's tourism and Veronic's analytics, which will provide a vast wealth of market data such as demographics, media preferences, leisure, travel behavior, and psychographics to help us understand more about the visitors to our events. This information will help us shape our future marketing for tourism in EG. Thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of the EG Tourism Committee. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Lori. Questions from members of council? Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not so much a question as more just adding my voice to the enthusiasm shown by the folks here. I really appreciated seeing all of this in one place. I know we kind of know it instinctively, but to see it all here in one place is dramatic. And certainly the attraction of tourists to our community, absolutely. I've seen it happen with my children's own small business. They exhibited at Farm to Fork. They made a contact with someone who lived in Etobicoke and ended up with a custom order worth several $100s just as a result of having been at the Farm to Fork. So the spin-off effects are real, and while they may not be paying the mortgage, they're certainly impactful. I did want to kind of comment the idea of doing some outreach and doing public relations. While marketing is important, I think the public relations piece of it is also helpful in saying, you know, if we can reach out to influencers and bloggers and authors even. I don't know if folks know, but there's a book called Day Trips Around Toronto written by John Barber, and that features East Gwillimbury. There's a stop at the Sharon Temple. It's in that book. So, you know, if we can start to get some of that information out there and create easy content for these people to push out to their followers, I think it will go a long way to that. I did want to kind of highlight the one thing that I was wanting to add was that the infrastructure being invested in with respect to the Lake to Lake Trail, both on the west side of our community and also on the east side, I think also represents a good opportunity for us, as well as working with our local clubs that are hosting tournaments and encouraging them to host tournaments and make sure that they have the resources to do so. Often it's just a challenge to have the resources. Maybe it's those youth volunteers that we want to engage we can say to the soccer club or the minor baseball, you know what, we know that you want to host a tournament and we want to showcase our amazing facilities. Let's do it together. And then I just wanted to put a plug out. I know my colleagues have heard this from from the same individual, but there was the idea of encouraging disc golf in our community. I know that Councillor Carruthers and Councillor Crone have also heard about this, but the idea of green tourism and active and healthy tourism is something that we can certainly highlight, and I welcome the work that's been done by this committee, and I'm happy to support any further initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments, questions? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to our presenters today for all the hard work that you've done on this. This is, I think, as Councillor Roy DiClemente said, it is very impactful putting it all together in one place. So it seems like every year we're getting better and better at this thing, and so I appreciate what you're doing. On a side note, not germane to the discussion here, but I think it needs to be noted that one of the presenters, Mrs. Shirazi, actually helped facilitate the donation of some PPE to the town about a year ago. So I'm not sure she got the proper recognition, so I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that today. It was very much appreciated. But back to the presentation, I guess I would just throw out and kind of leaping off of what Councillor Roy DiClemente said, what is it as a council, what more could we do to help you to further the goals of tourism in East Gwillimbury?
I can perhaps, through you, Madam Mayor, tackle that initially and then invite if Lori or Abby wanted to add to that. I think the easy answer would be, resources, but I think we need to be strategic about prioritizing it. So I think working collaboratively, supporting staff to continue to work collaboratively with the Chamber as, our lead organization in tourism development in the community right now, so that things like, there can be a joint approach around some of the events that have already been planned to better inform residents about our tourism assets and the value of welcoming guests to our community. And I think even beyond the immediate economic spin-offs of, the benefits to our retail, restaurant, and hospitality industries, a lot of investment starts off as tourism, as people see the community, become familiar with the community, and, develop an affinity for the community and start to recognize opportunities. So we can't overlook how important it is to showcase East Gwillimbury, not only for the immediate benefit, but for the long-term benefit that gets sparked by having new people view it with, new eyes and fresh perspectives. So I don't know if Lori or Abby had anything else you wanted to add.
Yes, thank you, Margot. I just wanted to add that, exactly what Margot said. I think it's really important to take some time and do that priority setting and really focus on what are the events that actually align with the character and the heritage of our community as well. And the initiatives that are important. There was discussion earlier in today's session around youth. There are lots of things that we can do to align tourism initiatives with youth, opportunities, right? And there are obviously, there's a lot of funding. I do funding applications. I just got one for $3 million from the Celebrate Ontario Blockbuster for another event that we're hosting in Ottawa at the end of July. But there's a lot of funding out there, but it's always important to see, to make sure, first of all, that we have the infrastructure in place. East Gwillimbury is growing so rapidly, so we really need to, I think, prioritize and make sure that we're, adequately marketing and supporting the existing events, and then building onto that repertoire in a way that makes sense for East Gwillimbury and that aligns with kind of the character and the heritage of our community. So I just thought that's really important to note as well.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Thank you, Lori and Margot and Abby, for all the great work. I know that it has been said here already, but I think it's really important to recognize the amount of work that you've put in for making a huge difference in East Gwillimbury. So thank you very much. Seeing no other questions, I have a resolution. Be it resolved that Corporate Services Economic Development Branch presentation dated June 7th, 2022, titled East Gwillimbury Chamber of Commerce Tourism Committee Strategic Planning Update be received. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Roy DiClemente and Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We'll move along to item number 2, and that's Corporate Services Economic Development Branch presentation, business advantage, and the development process.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Still me, so and I will endeavor to get through this quickly, because I know that there is a very robust agenda today. But you'll recall that the members of the Economic Development Advisory Committee came forward with a report. Presentation on some of their findings in their review of the development process. They were looking at it from the lens of how do we make our process more business friendly and more accessible, especially to the non-developer, the business owner who may be inexperienced in development. So this presentation will serve as an update on our efforts to be able to address some of the recommendations that they made. Next slide, please. So just to review the context, as I mentioned, we're largely focusing right now on the sort of the non-developer perspective and wanting to align with our corporate commitments to enhance the customer experience. That, we are focused on building relationships and engaging in communication that eases the process and makes it much more accessible, even if the business owner has no experience with our process whatsoever. Next slide, please. So this is one of the initial recommendations that EDAC made to support and resource the business advantage concierge function, and recognizing that it is integral to the business advantage concept that we have the ability to sort of guide and shepherd development application through the process by providing timely, responsive guidance and support, and also making it as clear from the outset what the expectations are, what will be required of the person that is the applicant. So next slide, please. So in terms of, addressing and sort of fleshing out that concierge function, as I mentioned, it's already embedded in the business advantage approach, but in order to make that a reality that's sort of embraced across the corporation, we held a working session with the development services as well as a few representatives from other departments to sort of to do some brainstorming and idea generation on how we enhance the customer experience. And we focused a lot on tools and strategies that would support the non-developer. Next slide, please. We talked a little bit about sort of the persona of the non-developer, who they are. They're typically a very successful business person, highly skilled in their chosen field, but maybe unfamiliar with the development process. Really, they just want to get on with growing their business, creating new jobs and new opportunities. So the more that we can do to speed that process and simplify it, the sooner they'll be able to achieve what are our municipal objectives around job creation. Next slide, please. When we met with the group from Development Services, Finance, and CIS, we talked a little bit about, the parts of the process that we can control, the parts that we can influence, and those parts of the development process over which we have no control or influence. And we sort of challenged ourselves to, think about what would happen if we treated every development application as if our jobs depended on a successful outcome. And when you think about it, that's sort of the rationale that the economic development operates under, by attracting investment, by being able to have developers contribute development charges and contribute to the tax base on an ongoing basis. They really are supporting the municipality to function. So you think of it sort of almost in the context of a sales type of relationship, in which case you want to make sure that you land the sale successfully in order to be able to move forward. Next slide, please. So ideally, we wanted to reduce the amount of factors over which we had no control or influence, and really sort of expand those factors that we could control. And we know we can control things like quality of information, the degree to which we are customer friendly, the degree to which we have clear guidelines and have communicated our expectations of staff, response times, and having regular opportunities for check-ins and process improvement. In terms of the influence box, that typically relates to our partner stakeholders, such as the Conservation Authority in the region, and what can we do to more effectively communicate to them and with them about our priorities and how we can support them when they're doing their reviews, so that we can move applications through the process more quickly and more seamlessly. Next slide, please. So the second recommendation focused on sort of ensuring that the business advantage priorities were embedded across the organization, and that this messaging was reinforced on a continuous basis. And so I think part of the steps that we've taken in terms of the initial strategic discussion. We have another one planned for this coming Friday with the development services folks, as well as some representatives of CIS, Finance, and others. And so, that's part of ensuring that we're all on the same page in terms of our priorities, and where we need to rely on each other to be able to to empower staff so they know what sort of advice they can provide and what they can't. And then, eventually the goal is to then work with other parts of the organization, such as human resources, to ensure that this philosophy and this approach is embedded into training and onboarding for all new employees so that it becomes part of the corporate culture. Next slide, please. The third recommendation was to establish performance standards and performance metrics. So we're working on, oops, go back one slide, please. Yeah, so we're working on, as a first step, just a simple satisfaction survey that can be administered at the time of building permit issuance, which is just essentially a check-in on how do we do. It'll give us some qualitative assessments in terms of the perceptions and give us some more feedback on how we refine the process. And then as a more sort of extensive step, we would want to implement post-project debrief as part of the development review committee process. So the development review committee is an established committee that meets with prospective developers or prospective both residential and non-residential developers. And so just looking at what we can do to all of the people that touch on the development process are part of that. So if we can expand the mandate of that group to do a little bit of a debrief and a review of projects that have been completed and check in more regularly, because what happens is we've got sort of good intent in terms of being able to be supportive and responsive and move things quickly, but we don't often take the opportunity to sort of collectively discuss what worked well and what we might want to emphasize for the next development application. Next slide, please. The recommendations 3 and 4 sort of from EDAC talked about visible and continuous support. So I think the fact that, we're continuing to report on this, we're continuing to have these discussions, continuing to meet internally as staff to explore how we improve the process is serving that recommendation, and continuing to have opportunities for improvement and input and client feedback. I think the initial survey, which ultimately will become a little more, will be expanded, is part of that. The debrief sessions are part of that, and certainly the ability to have at least one, whether it's through the extended management team or through another forum, but have at least one opportunity annually to sort of refocus all staff on business advantage and where we are, and to better understand how each department touches on the development process and how they all contribute and how we can support each other more effectively. Next slide, please. So the next step, as I mentioned, we have a session scheduled for this Friday morning on internal process mapping. Basically, what we've learned through going through the process a few times is that internal staff aren't always aware of the various sort of constraints that other departments have. So for, just as an example, buildings might want to issue a building permit, but they need sign off from legal, who needs sign off from finance. And so there's this interconnection between the various decision points. And so we need to understand that internally. We need to have that visually mapped out. And then once we have that, then we can better explain it to a prospective applicant. So one of the projects we are undertaking is the development of an instructional video that does just that. It takes the process, it gives folks a reference so they can understand from the initial inquiry, through the application, through the review, and through the agreement execution phase, all of what's going to be expected of them and what they can expect from the town. Some of the other tactics that came out of our discussions to date was the development of a terms of reference, because we do tend to use a lot of acronyms or expressions that may not be well known to a non-developer or someone who's not familiar with the process. And then in terms of defining what we mean by whether it's a environmental assessment or a traffic study or a noise study, like what does that involve, and being able to have a central point where people can better understand what it looks like, have an example, and also some information about who can support them in being able to get that done. And then I already spoke about the Development Review Committee, so the other things we're looking at is reactivating the Developing EG website as sort of the centralized repository for all of this information. And then we also talked a lot about the impact that consultants can have on the process. And there's been some challenges in terms of, you know, how much can or can't you say about making a recommendation or you know, so rather than sort of going down that path, what we're looking to do is providing applicants with a guideline for choosing a consultant, sort of a checklist, things to think about, questions to ask that will help them to better drill down and identify the competencies that they need and the experience that they should be looking for. We hope that'll be helpful and sort of help us navigate that, you know, that fine line between, you know, the municipality making specific recommendations or not. And then using some of the tools that we already have, like SharePoint, to more effectively manage documentation so that all of the communication, all of the application you know, materials are all kept in a central spot where everybody that touches on the process can see it. Because one of the challenges that was identified in our session was that sometimes applicants are asked for the same information multiple times. So by consolidating it, having everybody that needs to have visibility being able to access it, we can avoid being asked for your insurance documentation, for example, from multiple different departments. That, again, to make it a much more user-friendly experience. And next slide, please. So that's where we are to date. As I said, we're still working, and we have another session this week, and we'll continue to expand. We focus largely on development services for now, but as we sort of solidify our understanding and map out that process, we'll expand it to other departments who also touch on the process, and hopefully be able to start working on some materials for the end user very soon.
Thank you very much, Margot. Very exciting. Are there questions from Margot or her team? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Ms. Béjean. Thank you so much for this presentation. I'm really glad to see this, watch this through its evolution from the Economic Development Committee into taking life at the staff level now. So thank you for keeping it going and rolling. I had a question around the process mapping portion. You mentioned in the report it's going to start in June. How long a process do you think that'll take?
I'm hoping that we can get the skeleton mapped out. Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm hoping that we can get the skeleton mapped out this Friday. We are going to ask everybody to come with at least the portion of the process that they touched on, have that kind of understood and defined, and it's literally just piecing it together in a big chart to be able to see, if, for example, one of the things we started with was the initial inquiry. So the first thing you do is kind of you go back to the applicant to sort of better understand the scope and scale and what they want to do, check with planning to make sure that the use is permitted and that the zoning supports it. And that's your first decision point. If yes, you move to the next step. If no, you look at, is it a flat out refusal because it's not something that the municipality wants to support, or is there a zoning bylaw amendment, or is there a change, is there another mechanism that would support it to move forward? So I'm hoping that we'll have this, the skeleton of that completed this week, and then be able to circulate it to other staff to refine, because once we, that's really the foundational piece that allows us to then explain it to other people, which is kind of the barrier at the moment. It can be very overwhelming, especially to someone who's just really trying to grow their business.
Well, through you, Madam Mayor, I wish you success on that. I've been involved with process mapping before, and I've found in my experience it always took longer than I thought it would. So I'll warn you now, just be prepared to dig in and pack a lunch. It may take longer than you expect. And
sorry, go ahead.
And I think you might be surprised at some of the outcomes that you get, some of the efficiencies you may find, some of the overlap. And I think it's an invaluable process. I'm glad you're undertaking it. But thank you for all your hard work and continued success. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think I need to congratulate Margot any further. I think Councillor Crone's done a sufficient job with that. Again, very excited to see this continuing to have some legs under it. I just wanted to clarify, a few years ago, we spent significant resources in developing the Advantage EG website, which was sort of the economic development arm or forward-facing of the town. How does that differ from the developing an EG website, and is it something that we could blend, whether it's developing an EG, is Advantage EG, or I feel like there's a couple of initiatives that maybe need a bit of clarification or some merging.
Certainly, and through you, Madam Mayor, so the Advantage EG website has 6 specific sections, and one of them is focused on, like for new entrepreneurs and then for people to grow and expand your business. So when I say website, what we're really talking about is not a standalone website. It would be pages or a microsite within an existing site, accessible through that, grow your business here button, but also accessible through the main municipal site. But that become, there are a lot of resources there now, but I would suggest it's not exhaustive, and that we can do a better job of aligning with the resources that buildings provides, that planning provides, that finance, et cetera, and just making sure that is the, once we have the instructional video or other materials provided, that they all live in one place, and that, people they might access it from different entry points, but that it all be right where they, can logically follow the process from their initial idea through to execution.
That's great. Thank you so much for clarifying that.
Thank you. Other questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. Could I have a motion moved by Councillor Crone, seconded by Councillor Roy DiClemente? All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much, Ms. Beijing. Very exciting times for us in East Gwillimbury. Thank you for all your work.
Pleasure.
With that, believe we are concluded. Are there any other questions, comments at this point? Anything else regarding corporate services?
Madam Mayor, through you, I know that Mr. Valchich had to leave to go to his presentation, so I can confirm that there are no other items for corporate services at this time.
You didn't want us to ask you anything at this point. Very good. Thank you very much. Very complete. We're on item K on our agenda with Emergency and Community Safety Services, and the Chief is with us this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning. Council will recall that under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, municipalities are obligated to seek compliance in emergency management and preparedness on an annual basis. Earlier this spring, we received confirmation from the Ministry of the Solicitor General and the Office of the Fire Marshal on Emergency Management that EG was compliant with the Act in 2021. What I'd like to do now is take you through another presentation, but I'm going to get some help and a couple of familiar faces to the council. Laura James from York Region, who is also the manager for the N6 Emergency Management Program, and of course our Emily Mason, who's the Emergency Services and Bylaw Coordinator and vital to our program. So they're going to join me today. Next slide, please. So a bit of an agenda. We're going to just talk about our COVID response in 2021, some of the requirements for compliance, and then, of course, next steps. Next slide, please. Our response in 2021 did include a number of council briefings and, of course, our control group meetings. And I was still embedded in the regional EOC through my position as CMC. So we did terminate the state of emergency on October 3rd, but the regular emergency control group meetings were then absorbed into the regular SMT meeting schedule with continued support from myself and the region. In 2021, we continued the gradual reopening of facilities and services in line with the provincial and regional recommendations. Just as a point of interest, we were 563 days in that initial state of emergency. Next slide, please, and I'll turn it over to Laura James.
Thanks, Chief. Good morning, everyone. So with respect to our annual requirements every year under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, there are some key components that we need to ensure that we fulfill every year. And those are our emergency plan review, hazard identification and risk assessment for our municipalities, a review of our critical infrastructure, and of course, annual training and exercises as it pertains to our emergency management programs. Next slide, please. The emergency plan for the town of East Gwillimbury was compliant in 2021. We had a quick review of that plan to ensure that it would be compliant for the year. And that plan is an overarching plan, an all hazards approach to how the town would respond to an emergency. It outlines the municipal roles and responsibilities during an emergency response and recovery phases of an emergency, and the objectives for both municipal staff as well as our partners and other folks that would be part of our emergency response. The key here is it's a dynamic document. So the legislation speaks to us reviewing that document annually, and specifically after annual exercises or an activation of our Municipal Emergency Operations Center, we would review our plans and ensure that they are still appropriate and update them accordingly. If there are major updates, then we would obviously retrain all of our staff and partners to ensure that they're aware of any updates. So the work that we have done in the last couple of years across the N6 is to bring the emergency plans for the N6 in line so that they really are very similar and like for like with respect to the objectives and how we work within our emergency response structures. Next slide, please. The other component of our emergency program that is very important and something we do annually together as a region is a hazard identification and risk assessment. And we do this collaboratively across the region. The program is led by York Region Emergency Management, and we sit down with all 9 local municipalities as well as the N6 together. And we workshop through a methodology provided to us by Emergency Management Ontario to determine what the hazards and risks are for our municipalities. Generally speaking, in Southern Ontario, they don't change very much. The top 10 generally stay the same, though, as you can imagine, after 2020 and 2021, human health emergency and pandemic rose to the top for all of us. But generally speaking, we train and exercise towards health emergencies, ice storms, power outages, tornadoes and windstorms, as we had quite recently, and extreme heat. So no major changes there with respect to our HIRA in the last year. Next slide, please. I'm going to hand it over to Emily to talk about critical infrastructure.
Thanks, Laura. So the annual critical infrastructure review is also a collaborative workshop facilitated by York Region Emergency Management and identifies essential buildings and infrastructure in the community. So this year we added the Operations Center as it's a key high priority facility. And eventually it will house the primary EOC, Emergency Operations Center. So once that commissioned, we will update that. Some other things on the list include the sports complex, which also acts as an emergency reception center. So lots of infrastructure like that. Next slide, please. Another component is the public education requirement. So typically in May, we have the Emergency Preparedness Week, which we had a contest and a social media campaign. We also host the Fire Prevention Week in October, as well as all of our regular programming throughout the year where emergency preparedness is advocated and really put out into the community. Next slide, please. I'll turn it back over to Laura.
With respect to our annual emergency management training and exercises, COVID obviously threw a wrench in how we normally operate in emergency management. Normally, our annual training and exercise are 1 or 2 days where we get together in our emergency control group and our emergency operations center staff and work together to train and then work together to exercise. Obviously, during COVID, that wasn't something that we could do in person. which required us to rethink how we train and exercise staff in a virtual environment. And what it did was allow us to train the incident management system collaboratively with our N6 partners. And because we have brought our emergency plans and bylaws in line across the N6, and the intention is we continue to support each other in cross-border emergencies, we actually had a really great opportunity in 2021 to train collaboratively with folks according to their incident management function and role in the EOC from across the N6 together. So very unique opportunity, and it worked quite well. The feedback that we had was fantastic. And so we actually intend to train together as the N6 again this year in 2022. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we can do that together in the same room, but it will really allow us to work collaboratively and understand each other's emergency response in order to support each other. And with respect to our annual exercise in 2021, next slide, please. Despite our ongoing response to COVID across the region and Southern Ontario as a whole, we were not exempt from an annual exercise under the legislation from the province that we were in 2020. So 2021, again, challenging as we were all still responding to COVID, to think about how we would get together as a team and exercise our roles within the Emergency Operations Centre and familiarize ourselves with the emergency plan outside of a pandemic environment. So again, we were forced into a virtual EOC exercise. And for us, it was a functional exercise to get together as a team in a virtual environment and talk about a scenario. In this case, in 2021, we participated in an exercise icebreaker, which was a severe winter storm exercise. And again, what it allowed us to do was work together as the N6 in a collaborative environment. Something like an ice storm would affect all of our municipal partners across the N6 and provide similar challenges sort of cross-border. So it really allowed us to chew on that sort of severe weather problem together, have some really great conversation about a response to that type of event, take our minds away from a pandemic type of exercise and get us back to traditional emergency management as we know it. Some other partners joined us at the table for that exercise, including York Regional Police, as well as Community and Health Services with respect to evacuation and help for our vulnerable residents. And that was a success. The after action report from Exercise Icebreaker, some of the key findings were that communications always a potential issue, but knowing that we can work with our partners cross-border, very helpful, and looking forward to how we could use some technology like a virtual environment to support each other in future emergency response is certainly on the table for discussion this year. For 2022, again, we hope to work with our partners, the town of EG, looking to collaborate potentially with the town of Georgina in our annual exercise this year. So again, working collaboratively wherever we can for the best outcome for all of our teams. Next slide, please.
So this is our new operations center to be and training room. It's proven as a great success so far in hosting many meetings and training sessions for staff and hosting external clients as well. The one photo, obviously the main area, and then the other one represents one of the breakout rooms and doubling as a meeting room as well. So lots of new technology was introduced here, and shout out to Randy Bell, who really helped and worked with the consultants during the build to really translate our needs for the operations center and make it happen. So that was really great asset, and thank you very much for that. So we're looking forward to once we get a few more pieces into the room, it'll eventually transition to become the primary EOC. Next slide, please. Another beyond compliance item here. We started working on the business continuity program back in 2020, and it was the first part was the business impact analysis that went to SMT as well as was presented to council. So we're going to continue to work on this project. It'll become an annual compliance item internally for our program. We'll review it and update it as required each year, and we will work on formalizing the actual business continuity plan as well. Next slide, please. So some objectives for 2022 and 2023. Of course, as Laura mentioned, we're going to maintain our compliance through exercises, training, participating in the HIRA and the critical infrastructure review. Our continued partnership with the N6 in York Region, which will also include a new contract for that program manager position, or renewed contract, I should say. The transition to the new primary emergency operations center at the Op Center, formalizing the business continuity plan, as well as initiating a flood contingency plan.
Great. So I think that's it. Just one more thing to add. In March of 2022, there was a presentation brought to Council based on the Build Back Better report. It was the presentation was called The Next Normal, and if you'll recall, it was a large corporate, almost a hot wash or a review of what we did and how we did in relation to town business and the response to COVID. We still have, from an emergency management perspective, we still have an obligation that I'll work with Laura and the rest of the N6 on reviewing exactly how we responded or how our EOC activation was in relation to the plan. We'll work on any things we did good and things we did bad, and hopefully plug that into the emergency plan going forward. So I think that's it. Next slide, please, and I'm happy to take any questions or any concerns.
You're through your slides now, so if you would take questions, that would be wonderful.
Yes, yeah, we are. The presentation is complete. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any. A huge thank you to all of staff. When you put it together in 2 years, where you've been and what you've done, it's quite amazing. Thank you very much for all the work that you've done and all the initiatives that have been stretched at this point. With that, I would ask for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Foster, Councillor Persechini, all those in favor, and that's carried. And the next item we have is the Emergency and Community Safety Service verbal update.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, the second item is a verbal update with regards to the municipal modernization project. As Council's aware, in April of 2022, East Gwillimbury and Georgina hired Emergency Services Consulting International, or ESCI, to conduct the modernization review of their the fire services. Now, ESCI is an international firm that provides specialized, high-quality, professional fire, police, communication, and EMS consulting services to organizations throughout the United States and now into Canada. They've been meeting meeting the needs of the emergency service agencies since 1976 and are considered by many to be a nation's leader in emergency services consulting. So we're very fortunate to have them on board. ESCI consultants have completed the data collection portion of this project and are in the process now of engaging in the many stakeholders. There are many stakeholders involved in this project, and public input is essential and vital for inclusion. Part of this process is to release a public survey later this week, and information and details will be posted on the town website and social media channels. In addition, a virtual public information session for East Gwillimbury residents is scheduled for Tuesday, June 28th at 7 p.m. That's a Wednesday. Coincidentally, a similar public information session will be held in Georgina for those residents on the following day, June 29th at again 7 p.m. So I'd like to thank residents in advance for their time and input into this important initiative, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? I'm not seeing any at this time, Chief. We have a resolution, be it resolved that Emergency and Community Safety Services verbal update dated June 7th, 2022, entitled Town of Georgina and Town of East Gwillimbury Joint Fire Services Assessment be received. Moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente, seconded by Councillor Morton. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much, Chief. Are there any other items under Emergency and Community Safety Services we should be aware of?
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all the good work you're doing out there in our community. I'm going to move to item L, and that's Finance with General Manager Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. This memo, we've been bringing this memo forward to council since 2020 after we updated the town's procurement bylaw. This memo details the tenders that were awarded by staff that are valued over $100,000 as approved by the procurement bylaw. So for 2021, there were 9 contracts that were awarded with a total of over $1.8 million. They were all awarded to the lowest compliant bid, and they were all under the approved budget that was assigned to these projects. So the process is coordinated by our manager of procurement, Mike Guerrier, and he is here with us, and he's available to answer any questions if council has any on the memo. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. Could I have Councillor Crone, would you move this, please? And Councillor Carruthers? Be it resolved that be it resolved that finance memorandum dated June 7th, 2022, entitled Tender Awards over 100,000, January 1st to December 31st, 2021, be received. All those in favor? And that's carried. Mr. Marshall, is there anything else under finance that we should be aware of at this time?
Madam Mayor, nothing at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll move along to item M, and that's Community Parks, Recreation, and Culture with General Manager Karmazin.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. The first item that we've prepared for council is a notification on a Vivian Creek Trail system meeting. And this is a meeting to consult with the public and the community, specifically related to use of the trail and potential alignment of the trail and pathway system adjacent to Royal Oak Road and Valley Mills Road. I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the proposed date for the public meeting.
Thank you very much. Questions? I'm not seeing any. Oh, sorry, Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Karmazin, thank you for putting this together. I think this is, I think this would be very helpful in the public to get some information exchange out there. I was just curious, the location that's going to be at the community center was and this is a very minor issue, but I'll ask it anyway, was the Ross Family Complex booked? Because physically it's closer to where the trail system is, and I was just wondering, it might be easier to get walk-in traffic to the information center. Not that it's a huge distance, but to the community center, but Ross is closer. Just curious around the location. And secondly, what are we going to do to promote this so that it is known in the community that we are holding this information session? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I do believe there was programs and permits at the Ross, and in addition to that, we will engage with corporate communications to get the word out, typically through the website, as well as social media, and those are our typical channels through which we broadcast these types of meetings.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente, question?
Thank you. Just a suggestion as the mom of 3 who ends up making most of the meals in the house on a weeknight. I just wanted to put a plug out there for some consideration for a slightly larger or a shifted time frame. 5 to 7 is prime dinner hour for most families, especially if it's a commuting family. So I just wanted to make that suggestion that it be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karmazin, could you consider that and get back to staff if, in fact, there are some minor changes to the timing?
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely understood and noted. We can certainly look at extending the timeframe by an hour to 8 o'clock, and that may give an option to attend for those people who are obviously preoccupied with the dinner hour.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other questions. Councillor Morton, would you move this? Councillor Crone, second that. Be it resolved that the Community Parks Recreation and Culture Memorandum dated June 7th, 2022, entitled Public Open House Notice, Vivian Creek Hiking Trail Realignment, be received. All those in favor? And that's carried. Mr. Karmazin, we have item number 2. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. This is Health and Active Living Plaza report. The report provides council with an update on the timing for the project. The report also seeks council approval for an additional meeting in August with the intent to potentially award a construction contract for the project. And finally, this report also seeks council approval for a mutually beneficial partnership for supply of fill material for the project with two of our largest developers in town. I should also state that there is a reference to the procurement bylaw as the supply of this material has an order of magnitude and a value that would be consistent with seeking council approval. Be happy to answer any questions that council may have related to the report.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. The date of August 16th falls right in the middle of the AMO AGM that I know a few of us are going to. So I just wanted to confirm that we will be able to attend virtually because it's in Ottawa, and that it won't be a long meeting because we're paying to attend the conference. I wouldn't want to miss half a day of the conference. So I just want staff to keep that in mind and not add a bunch of other stuff to the agenda since we're getting together because some of us will be missing the conference to attend this.
Thank you. I'm sure that there'll be consideration given to that as well. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Persechini, go ahead, please.
Just a comment. Did you guys have any power failure just for a few seconds? I was off. My hydrant just went off and I had to reconnect again.
Well, you're with us now.
Oh, no, just want to know if anyone else had any problems on there. Must be my area and Holland Landing. Thank you.
Must be your area. You pay the bill. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Persechini, second by Councillor Roy DiClemente. All those in favor? And that's carried. Mr. Karmazin?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, the final report prepared for council seeks council approval to revise a budget for the Civic Center roofing project. This is the final phase for this project, and there is reserve funds available and identified for the project and the revised budget. As noted in the report, the increase is due to primarily some unprecedented inflationary pressures specific to petroleum and petroleum byproducts that are used with roofing materials. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have related to the report.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Makes perfect sense. Councillor Roy DiClemente will move that, and Councillor Foster second that. Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Might you have any other items under Community Parks, Recreation, and Culture at this point?
Through you, Madam Mayor, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move along to Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services with General Manager Molinari.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have one item on today's agenda, and that's Development Earthworks Agreement for TriCap Properties. Phase 1 for this development includes 105 residential units and is located at the southwest corner of 2nd Concession and Mount Albert Road. Phase 1A includes earthworks and servicing for the subdivision access road, which is a little bit out of sequence than what we normally do, but really we're just trying to take advantage of the summer when the school's out of session to be able to allow them to make that, do the road construction and do the servicing for it so that that road can be in place for the fall school season. Then they would continue later on as part of Phase 1B to do the earthworks on the balance of the site for excluding Phase 2, which would be much further down the road. So no trees are being removed as part of the Phase 1A works. However, there will be some tree removals in Phase 1B. We also note that there will be ESC erosion and sedimentation control measures will be installed around the Phase 1A works immediately. And then once they start on prior to starting Phase 1B, they'll also be putting those measures around the Phase 1B area. And no works will be permitted within the open space block. So pretty standard agreement, Madam Mayor, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? I'm not seeing any. Councillor Carruthers, would you move that, please? And Councillor Foster? All those in favor? And that's carried. Are there any other items for community infrastructure and environmental services this afternoon?
Nothing further at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'll move along to item O, and that's development services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first item is a memo to inform Council Wolf Bill 109, which has already received royal assent, which amended a number of legislation, which notably the Planning Act. And as stated in the report, the largest impact includes delegating all site plan matters to staff, which removes council from being the approval authority, and decision timeframes has been established before refunds of planning applications fees are required now. And delegating site plan approval to staff is enforced by July 1st, 2022. And the fee refund structure will start in 2023. The details are presented in this report, staff report. But overall, the Bill 109 has established to expedite application and penalize local government if decisions are not made, and with no obligation of the quality of the proposed development. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm here to answer any questions on this.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Cook, I appreciate this report, the way you've written it. I think sometimes government legislation can be long, confusing, and boring. So you've done a very nice job of making this succinct. I really have some concerns around this, and I know it's completely out of our control, and we have to live with it. But I'll express my concerns anyway for the record. This was given 2 weeks since introduction, went through 3 readings, committee hearings, and received royal assent. That is breakneck speed for any piece of legislation to be put through the system. It was within half the time of their public commenting period, so I'm not really sure how much the province really wanted public input on this. If I'm looking at this on the face of it, I can't think of a better piece of legislation that could have been written by developers. This is just mind-boggling. The one piece that I have really big concerns about is that we are ceding, as a council, we are ceding site plan control to you, the staff. And while I have every confidence in you and the staff, I am, as a councillor, when we have a development come in and the neighbors are concerned about it, we have some influence and we can be that conduit for public concern. So I'm really quite upset about this part. I think it's going to be troublesome for us in the future. The other part is the time frame in which we have to turn around applications. There's two problems. You have quantity and quality, and I think you mentioned about quality, where I could see a situation where we get swamped with applications, and then we'd have to, just not having the proper staff power, we'd be in a position of having to refund money. But the second one is around quality. So there is no, from my understanding, there is, if we have a poorly written application and we've asked for changes or fixes, that doesn't reset the clock. The clock starts when the application is submitted. Am I correct? So this is concerning. I'll talk about the site plan approval is one thing. The time frame in which we have to turn around applications, even if they're poorly submitted, I could see us having, well, I like the intent of creating efficiencies and doing things at a brisk pace. I do feel that this is setting us up for trouble down the road. I'd be curious to hear, Mr. Cook, your comments about how we might be able to deal with situations where we're getting poor quality applications and how we can encourage our applicants to make sure that what they submit is done in a fairly accurate way, so that we do not find ourselves in positions of having to refund application fees, because that is a revenue source for this town. Happy to hear your comments on that.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, to answer Councillor Cron's questions about the when does the clock starts. It starts when we staff deem it as complete application, not necessarily when they submit the application to the town, but it is legislated in the Planning Act that we have to deem the application complete or incomplete within 30 days. Now, if we deem it incomplete because of poor quality, then the applicant has the right to appeal the application directly to the tribunal to and start that process. That's under the Planning Act's current regime. In terms of how do we create a, ensure quality submission, and the York region as a whole, as well as and all the directors and commissioners of planning are begin talking about this for some time now, and we've been providing some type of a data standardization. So one of those items is that come up with terms of reference that's standardized across York region, so that where you're making an application in Markham versus in EG here, it's the same terms of reference for a traffic study. It should be the same thing as a noise study, so that it's no different anywhere else. So the quality and the understanding of how to produce a study in York region is understood, and there's no debates about that. So, but in terms of, we're also in discussion on how do we respond to some of these items from Bill 109. It is very recent, so we're still in the discussion of just data collection of what other municipalities are doing in York region. There is a directors meeting at the end of June that will be discussing this topic in more detail. But there have been discussions about how do we might have to increase the consultation in the beginning process of what is deemed to be complete. So not just quantity of submission, meaning the number of studies required, but going through a first review of a study to indicating that study that's been submitted is the one that we wanted. So there's just thoughts about how do we, there might be more additional, this might create more additional upfront process, whereas before we would have the opportunity to work with the development industry or the applicants and throughout the development process. But now, because of the bill and the statutory timeframe required, we're forced to add new processes to delay the times clock to begin.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Cook. Do you foresee a situation or a future in which we may have to increase our staff in your department to accommodate this new legislation?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. I think staffing is certainly something that has been discussed throughout the different municipalities, not just the planning department. I think it's throughout all municipalities, because planning application, as you understood, it's obtaining comments from various commenting agencies and departments. So if there's competing priorities, every department will all of a sudden will be required to meet these statutory timeframes, which requires additional resources from all departments besides just the planning branch.
And one last comment, Madam Mayor. I would just make the suggestion that you fully document any issues we're having with this legislation, so that we might be able to provide a more fulsome comment back to the government to let them know any issues or problems that we're having with this, because I think at some point we are going to have to give them our opinion on this, even though they didn't give us adequate time at the front end of it. But I would keep notes. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Crone, I don't think we need to document and report later. I think we need to speak up now. I see this as a massive erosion of our role and our responsibility in shaping the future of our community. You are quite right. It was posted on the Environmental Bill of Rights on March 30th with a commenting period till April 29th, and yet it was approved on April 14th without any significant consultation with the most key stakeholders that are involved in this. For me, I see the refund provisions as a loss of revenue for the municipality. It will lead to our taxpayers, our existing taxpayers, having to fund the cost of processing applications and subsidizing development applications. Delays would address just the idea of addressing the quality of the submissions. If we end up declining these applications, then when they may have merit, we then don't have the ability to help work collaboratively with them, with the applicants. It doesn't address the unique complexities about landforms of the variety of our province, nor does it recognize the fact that we have these collaborative processes. So when these applicants come in, we just had a presentation on developing for non-developers. How else can we help them if we're just going to be declining it because the quality isn't there? They didn't hire the right consultant. Limiting conditions on the draft plan of subdivision doesn't address, again, our unique circumstances within our community. And the right of appeal already exists under the Planning Act with the Land Tribunal. And other municipalities, there are many municipalities who've already called for the dissolution of the Land Tribunal, simply because it takes the control out of the hands of the municipality. So I wanted to pound the table right off the bat, and with your permission, obviously we would like to have some more discussion, but I did draft something for us to consider today, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
I echo the comments of my colleagues, and as the fastest growing municipality in Canada, this affects us to a huge degree, and I think that we need to speak up, and I'd love to see the recommendation Councillor Roy DeClemente is putting forward, because I think it's similar to what I'm thinking. We need to say something. Thank you.
Not seeing any other comments. Are you prepared to share your
Yes,
resolution?
actually, I've shared it with the clerk prior to this discussion.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, so just bear with me for a moment. I'm just going to pull it up onto the screen.
Madam Mayor, with your permission, I'm happy to read it out.
Please, go ahead.
Okay. So whereas the Council of the Town of East Gwillimbury has significant concerns regarding the impact of Bill 109 on the community planning process and the ability of municipalities to deliver on initiatives to address housing supply and attainability, And whereas the refund provisions in Bill 109 will result in existing taxpayers subsidizing development applications, as well as lost revenue and increased staff costs for municipalities. And whereas the prescription of what constitutes a complete application does not address differing levels of complexities and the unique circumstances and diverse landforms that exist across the province, nor does it recognize the collaborative process and relationships between parties that deliver results for municipalities. And whereas limiting conditions on draft plan of subdivision does not address the unusual and often challenging circumstances best understood by local municipal staff and elected officials, be it therefore resolved that the Council of the Town of East Gwillimbury requests that the Government of Ontario revisit the provisions of Bill 109 and work with all stakeholders, including municipalities represented by the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, to deliver legislation that allows municipalities to plan, grow, and deliver communities that adhere to local, provincially approved official plans rather than strict statutory timelines, and that a copy of this resolution, or this motion be sent to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, MPP Caroline Mulrooney, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, all York Region mayors and regional chairs in Ontario, and that a copy of this motion be sent to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario and all Ontario municipalities for their consideration. So that's what I had drafted. Councillor Carruthers made a good point that our role as the fastest growing municipality in Ontario, in the country, should also be incorporated in here, I think, right at the initial whereas.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Questions on the motion?
Through you, Madam Mayor, is the intent to add a section, Councillor Roy DeClemente, incorporating the fastest growing community in Canada? The second? Sorry? Fast is the fastest.
Sorry, no, sorry, so I would second.
Madam Clerk, I might put that at the beginning instead of whereas we have concerns. I might say whereas we're the ones greatest with the greatest amount of skins in the game. Whereas we're the fastest growing municipality in the country. And Councillor Crone just had an aside with me. The issue of site plan control being delegated to staff, I don't know whether we want to incorporate that in here as well. It was a lot of information to process and to put this together. So I'm happy to make additions and revisions. I had also debated whether or not we should throw a kick at whether we should request that the Ontario Land Tribunal be dissolved, but I figured that was separate to this issue.
A good idea, but yes, separate.
The dishwasher only holds so many dishes.
Agreed.
I believe Ms. Gandhi had actually made some comments. I think it was in the chat. I saw something pop up on one of my screens here. I wasn't sure what she had clarified there.
Okay. Comments, questions? Yes. Moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente, seconded by Councillor Carruthers.
How about a recorded vote on this
I
one?
think that would be dandy. Carruthers.
Just bear with me for a moment. I am just going to pull up our recorded vote sheet. Councillor Roy DeClemente, you have requested for a recorded vote. How do you vote on this?
Yes.
Councillor Carruthers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Crone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Foster, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Haxton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Morgan, how do you vote? Councillor Persechini, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That motion's been carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering, I'm looking at the clock now. Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the only items outstanding is the receipt of the memo pertaining to this motion.
Well, then we should. Moved by Councillor Crone, seconded by Councillor Foster. All in favor? And that's carried. I'm looking at the clock now. We are not going to complete our agenda in the next half hour or 45 minutes, I don't believe. And so people have been sitting since 10 o'clock or a little earlier. I might suggest 45 minutes to check emails and have some lunch and to be back here at 1:15. So with that, we will take a recess at this point. Thank you. Good afternoon. Well, we're continuing our council meeting, and we are now at item 2 of Community Parks, Recreation, and Culture Report. Do we have staff with us?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, I thought Parks and Rec was covered in an earlier section.
My mistake, Mr.
Yes, it
Carruthers.
has been. Thank you.
You did a good job. We wanted to hear from you again. So.
Thank you very much.
We'll, Lawrence, Lawrence, are you with us?
I'm here.
Okay, we're ready to proceed. I believe we're on item D2, Madam Mayor has indicated.
Yeah, we're at matter at item 02. Yes, and thank you. So this report seeks council's approval to remove the holding provision over phase 1 of the proposed advanced logistic and distribution center, which by now I think we all know that is the new Loblaws distribution center, which is just north of Green Lane and west of Woodbine. Now, the purpose of the holding provision was to allow the owner to complete a natural heritage evaluation and an ecological offsetting strategy. The owner has now completed those said studies and received clearance from the Conservation Authority in the region and to remove the holding provision. This will allow the owner to continue with the remainder of the site plan process. Happy to answer any questions on this report.
Thank you very much. Questions for staff? I'm not seeing any questions at this time. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Carruthers, all those in favor? And that's carried. Item number 3.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item number 3, this report seeks council approval to amend the zoning bylaw on phase 2 of the lands just south of Mount Albert Road and west of Woodbine. Now, the purpose of this amendment is to set the land use permission to allow for a stormwater management facility, the pumping station, private parquet, and future employment uses. These uses is to ensure that no future development can occur in areas related to the private park and the storm pond. Staff is proposing an environmental protection zone over those areas. And at this time, the owner has not submitted a site plan application for phase 2. But what we do know that the private parquet is intended to be publicly accessible from Woodbine, and the salvaged bricks from the heritage home and the heritage plaque is to commemorate the leper house will be incorporated and will be taken to a future heritage committee for comments. But at this time, we're looking for council's approval for the zoning matters of the phase 2 portion of this property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? I'm not seeing any. Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Cook. Presuming that we do pass this today, should anyone want to appeal it, what's the length of time in which they would have to make their appeal?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's a 20-day appeal period according to the Planning Act. So it'll be at the earliest will be, I guess it'll be at June 27th, and 28th it will be enacted.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions at this time? I have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Morton, Councillor Foster. All those in favor? It's carried.
Okay. Item number 4 was previously been discussed, so I'll move into item number 5, which is our last item for development services. This report seeks council approval for a new public school, elementary school in Sharon, which is west of Morale Boulevard, north of Charles White Court, which is just south of the town's Morale Park. This proposed new school facility will place the existing Sharon Public School on Leslie Street. The proposed outdoor play area on the westerly portion of the property will be fenced with a black chain link fencing. There's a separate bus loop on the eastern portion of the property, and with a parking and pickup drop-off area along the northerly end of the portion of the site. Happy to answer any questions related to this item.
Great news for East Gwillimbury. That's wonderful. Councillor Roy DeClemente and then Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to staff, either to Mr. Cook or Mr. Molinari. Just wanted to, given the adjacency to another school, just wanted to confirm that staff are of the opinion that there is sufficient vehicle stacking for the parent kiss and ride on site, rather than it spilling out into the neighboring streets nearby. Obviously, I recognize that it's 2 times a day, but it's 2 times a day of a bit of chaos as it is. So I just want to make sure that it can be contained, or that staff are satisfied that there's sufficient vehicle stacking for parents dropping off and picking up on site. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. We would expect that the 2 schools will have different start and stop times, so that will help to address some of the coordination between the 2 schools. If that's a problem, we will certainly be in touch with the boards to make that happen, and that happens in most situations like this. And with regards to the on-site parking and stacking requirements, the site has been split into 3 separate parking areas. So there's a separate parking area for the daycare. There's a separate drop-off area for buses, which will hold about 8 buses. And then there's a parent drop-off area that's quite elaborate at the north end of the site that will allow approximately more than 30 cars to stack, as well as 10 lay-by parking spaces for student drop-off. So there, in comparison to other schools, there's a fair bit of parking availability at this school for drop-off purposes, and we expect that with all schools, there's parking and driver behavior is always an issue, but we've got a lot to work with in this particular school, and the school board's done a nice job of putting together a plan that tries to address the traffic concerns and mitigate them before they occur. So we're confident that the plan will work well.
Thank you for that reassurance. That's one of the key things that we hear about as elected officials, is parking and issues around schools and drivers. Thank you.
Mr. Molinari, I might say that I have used that fairly regularly in the last year or 2, and I don't know if this school is planned the same way as the Catholic school is, but the drop-off for parents is in the same lane as the childcare facility, and it does cause problems because the childcare facility, the children don't get out of the car and head in on their own. The car gets parked. And I've seen them lined up, probably 15 cars, and people who are just simply trying to drop off someone who is at the elementary school itself. So I don't know if that's too late in the game to do that. If not, we'll do it on the next school for sure, but having the 2 in the same spot does create a lot of chaos.
Through Madam Mayor, we've noticed the same thing, and on this particular plan, it's 2 separate parking areas. So there's a separate parking area for the drop-off, and there's another parking area for the daycare. So they have separated on this plan. So we'll see it. We'll be able to monitor how that works and compare that against others. And we get a little better and smarter with each one of these. So.
That's wonderful. They must have heard me whispering in my car while I was idling.
Grandson does not want another school.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Crone, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Cook. Has the school board given any indication of what they intend to do with the old Sharon Public School?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, they have not provided indication of what they intend to do with the old public school. But what typically would do is that, according to the Educational Act, is that they will have to deem it surplus and then have to offer it back to the other school boards, and as well as the town, all at the same time for a first right of refusal before it goes back out to the open market for any developer to pick it up and come in with new permissions to do something on this piece of property along Leslie. That will be the next steps here on this, on that piece.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. You anticipated my next question by answering it right off the bat, so I appreciate that. No further questions.
There's quite a regiment. I know when I was with the school board, there were 2 schools that were deemed surplus, and it's a long process. I'll just leave it at that. Councillor Carruthers.
And just to add to that, they don't have to deem it surplus. They can hold on to it. There's a number of sites the school board holds on to because the value of the land is important if they need it down the road. And I believe when I was last on the school board, and we were anticipating this new school opening, I think there was some indication they wanted to hang on to that site.
Can we quote you on that?
That's what it was in 2018. They do make decisions after I left. I understand.
Councillor Foster, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just a point of interest, I don't believe I've been made aware of this. Do we have any idea how big the school is going to be in accordance to the old school? Is it twice the size, 3 times the size? Do we have any idea? I know it's early.
I haven't spoken to anybody from the school board or the ministry. The announcement was a surprise, but I know that the property that they're building on now was determined when the Catholic school was built on the other corner. Those 2 sites were purchased at that point.
Just thinking about our booming
Yes.
population, that's all.
Perhaps it might be a high school site. I'll leave it at that. Okay, so we have no other questions. I have a resolution here in front of me, moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente, seconded by Councillor Morton. All those in favor? And that's carried. Are there any other items under this section?
No, we do not have any more items for development services.
Thank you,
this
and I
council.
will ask if there's any one on council that has any questions for you as well. I'm not seeing any. With that, we will move to the next item. Thank you very much. We'll move to the next item, and that's item P, and that's administration. Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have one verbal update on an important matter on the agenda, and I also have one update to follow. If I may, Council provided direction that we meet with the York Region Wastewater Advisory Panel, which has been appointed by the province, and they passed a specific resolution that they asked that we share with the panel. And we were fortunate on May 25th in the afternoon to have another excellent session with the panel. And staff and Madam Mayor joined us and provided some introductory remarks about the importance of the discussion. Essentially, we presented the resolution and we did a brief overview of the presentation, of the detailed presentation that we shared with Council following our growth management workshop. And the key messages we wanted to outline again to the panel were the urgency in moving forward with a large-scale municipal solution, either the Upper York sewage solution and or other alternative in a timely manner. And that as Canada's fastest growing community with recent census data and incredible employment opportunities upon us, that it was paramount that we were able to continue our growth, to continue to meet our provincially approved growth targets. We also had a discussion and made a presentation of the innovative technology for the standalone sewage solution. And we made it clear that on an interim basis, it could provide timely and environmentally friendly and cost-effective capacity that would achieve 2 goals. Number 1, would decommission the long-awaited lagoons, which we spent some time on. It talked about the lack of treatment and the discharging of the effluent into the Holland water system. And as well, it would provide for some interim capacity as the larger scale solution could take 7 to 10 years to construct. So we left that with them. As I said, the panel had a very open discussion with us, and we're hopeful now that the provincial election has occurred, as the new cabinet is announced, and that we'll be able to make some inroads and have some more favorable meetings with our provincial friends. Second update is, again, and it's by no means less important, and is this week we embarked on and hired our first environmental sustainability program manager. You will all, in the very near future, be meeting Christine Ross, who brings an incredible energy level and wealth of experience. Her most recent experience is she comes from afar, and she has relocated to our community from Thunder Bay, Ontario. And as I said, she will be doing a lot of outreach in the coming weeks, meeting with our elected officials, our senior management team and staff environmental teams, and as well some of our advisory committees, including, importantly, the Environmental Advisory Committee, which she will become a key support to. So we look forward and welcome Christine to the organization. And I believe when Mr. Valchich is in attendance at the next meeting on the 21st, we'll formally introduce her.
Thank you. It was a pleasure meeting her this morning. I know everyone else will be as excited about it as we all are. It's very good. Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Webster? I'm not seeing anyone at this time. Could I have a mover and a seconder for his report? Councillor Foster, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Mr. Webster. We're now at item Q with legal services with General Manager Don Sinclair. Are you there, Mr. Sinclair?
Yes, I am, Madam Mayor, and there's nothing to report today.
Thank you very much. It means you've been very busy.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I can't deny that. This is a busy town.
Thank you very much for all the good work that you do, and perhaps the next time we will have some kind of report from you, but it's always good to hear from you, Don. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're at item R, and that's correspondence for consideration. The number one and only one that's on here is correspondence from Laura Woodyett, the Executive Director of the Sharon Temple National Historic Site and Museum, dated May the 19th, 2022, regarding a noise bylaw exemption request to facilitate 4 weddings until 1 a.m. at 18974 Leslie Street. So they have, as we know, for the last few years, been a place to have weddings, and people seem to very much enjoy it. They do have waiting lists, etc., I know, and it seems to be going extremely well for the events, but also for the temple as well from a financial situation. The dilemma that they're finding is that there are some weddings that choose or want to choose to go until 1 a.m. in the morning, and as we all know, it's within a fairly tight community with houses fairly close to the venue itself, and they have been running into some problems as far as the noise bylaw. So they're asking to have some relief for 4 of the weddings that are coming up this spring, summer, and fall. I think there's 2 in the fall as well. And so they're asking if they can have an exemption to their bylaw. And I'll leave it at that. Councillor Persechini, go ahead, please.
When I used to have the run on the side road there, Green Lane, and also the Morningside, it was a protocol for us to drop off a letter to everyone to see if there was any problems that they weren't happy about. Is there any way that we could create something that we can, on the surrounding area with so many, a kilometer or whatever, that people are happy or not happy to have this, so we listen to what we got elected from the people? I'm just curious if that would be a good gesture to just sort of she puts out a letter saying, we're going to be doing this. Please support us. This is important to our community, blah, blah, blah. Hope that you're okay with it. And so if nobody says anything, then there's no reason why we shouldn't let them go till 1. Just a suggestion.
Thank you. Apparently, there are some people that do care, and this we know from past years, that there has been some complaints made and a concern regarding our noise bylaw to be enforced because their houses are in close proximity on a Saturday night.
I guess I'll leave it up to the rest of the colleague what they think.
Thank you. Councillor Morton, go ahead, please.
I think that after all the times and everything that people have been going through in the last 2 or 3 years, I would support allowing them to go till 1 o'clock. I mean, maybe they've been waiting for a long time and they want to get married, so I would support them going till 1.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? When I looked at this, I kind of thought 1 o'clock is pretty late, particularly if you have young children. And I thought perhaps we could see our way to midnight, but it's just a suggestion at this point. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess the concern is it's not so much that people want to have a wedding. That's fine. And it isn't even just the amplified music. It's the people, when the music is off, they're still screaming and yelling until the wee smalls. And that's causing the neighbors to ask for the noise bylaw to be enforced. And the challenge is that these weddings were booked before quite some time ago, before these issues arose. And so it wasn't necessarily a condition of the permit that was issued. And so the challenge is that the temple has 4 weddings that they've booked that they have not advised their brides and grooms that there's a limitation. This is a one-time request, as I understand it. It's just for this year, and that any subsequent weddings, the bride and groom would be advised by the executive director at the temple to say, if you want to have it here, the limitation is that you must end your amplified music and the loud noise at 11 p.m. And that's just one of the restrictions, just like any other facility has restrictions on numbers of people and whether you can throw confetti or not. And so this is just one of those restrictions, I guess, that we need a stopgap measure. Perhaps midnight might be a good compromise rather than 1 a.m. I do know that the neighbors have been inconvenienced significantly already, and so this is still a big ask for us to request that of the neighbors. And I know the temple has also suggested that the neighbors come over for a visit so they can understand the point of why the temple has these events in order to raise money and defray the operating costs to protect that piece of architecture and history. But I don't know what the outcome of that was. Thank you.
Thank you. It would appear that there are 5, and they span through June right through to the 17th of September. 4. My apologies. Any other comments, questions, discussion? Joe, go ahead, please, Councillor Persechini.
Why don't we just try to 12 o'clock and see how it takes us? At least we're trying to help out the temple. I think that was a good idea, Mayor Haxton. I'll make a motion that this could go to 12 and see where it takes us.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Morton. Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. It appears that's the only correspondence we have for consideration at this time, and we are now going to move into a closed meeting, to proceed into a closed meeting of Municipal Council, personal matter about an identifiable or identifiable individuals under Municipal Act Section 2392B, Council appointed committees, appointments and resignation updates, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, Municipal Act Section 2392C, real estate transaction, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before the administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, Municipal Act, Section 2392E, proposed settlement agreement. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Carruthers, Councillor Roy DiClemente. All those in favor? That's carried. We'll wait a few minutes before we get the report from our closed meeting at 2:13. Be it resolved that council rise and report from our closed meeting of municipal council at 2:13 p.m. and that council endorse all direction provided to staff at the closed meeting of municipal council held on June 7th, 2022. And at this point,
Through Madam Mayor, you just need a mover and
Mover
a
and a
seconder for
seconder.
that particular.
Councillor Carruthers, Councillor Foster, all those in favor, and that's carried. We have no resolutions. Yes, go ahead.
Based off of the discussions at closed session, there are 2 resolutions for council to consider. Bear with me for a moment. I'm just going to pull them up onto the screen.
Thank you. I didn't have them in front of me, so I knew I didn't have any.
That's okay. So the first resolution is the discharge of restrictive covenant registered to untitled to 19047 Old Yonge Street. And the second resolution for council's consideration is the release agreement on behalf of the municipality.
Thank you. Could I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Foster, Councillor Carruthers, all those in favor? That's carried. That's
And the second resolution just needs a mover and a seconder.
mover and a seconder. Councillor Morton, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that's carried. Pardon me? Item U. There's no reports at this time. Item V is bylaws. We have a bylaw 2022-053 being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2018-043 as amended, being a bylaw for 18574 and 18818 Woodbine Avenue, part of lots 7 and 8 concession 3 and part of lots 8, 9, and 10 concession 3. And this is in relation to item O2.
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
The bylaws have been grouped together in one series of resolution for council's consideration unless there's a request to split them.
Okay.
Just an advisement that following the closed session, there's been a number of bylaws in, applicable to advisory committee resignations. So if council wishes, they can adopt the entirety of the bylaws together in one motion.
I'm seeing a nod. Be it resolved that bylaws 2022-053 and 2022-054 be taken as read, enacted, and signed by the mayor and municipal clerk. All those in favor? That's carried. We have no other business at this time, and we have a confirming bylaw. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-055, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council meeting held on June the 7th, 2022, be taken as read, enacted, and signed by the mayor and municipal clerk. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Persechini and Councillor Foster, all those in favor? And that's carried, and be it resolved that the meeting of council be adjourned at 2:17 p.m. Moved by Councillor Crone, seconded by Councillor Roy DiClemente. All those in favor? And that's carried. I don't even have a hammer. Thank you. And we have adjourned at, yes, I do, 2017. 2:17. Done. I didn't put it in there, that's why I was. Where's my hammer? That's up here.